Bien, ahora sí, muy buenos días. Antes de comenzar les queremos pedir por favor a todos que puedan poner sus teléfonos celulares en silencio. Ahora que estamos tan modernos, también los relojes que suenan y están conectados con sus aparatos móviles también, por favor, en silencio. Antes de comenzar, quiero que por favor prestemos atención a las medidas de seguridad que tenemos dispuestas para este salón en particular con el video que vamos a ver a continuación.
La Facultad de Ciencias Físicas y Matemáticas de la Universidad de Chile les da la bienvenida y les solicita su atención a las siguientes recomendaciones de seguridad. Para el normal desarrollo de este evento, no se permite fumar, ni ingresar bebestibles ni alimentos al interior del salón ni en otros lugares no autorizados. Asimismo, solicitamos silenciar sus teléfonos celulares. En caso de una emergencia, le invitamos a seguir las siguientes recomendaciones de seguridad. Ante todo, recuerde mantener la calma y evite realizar acciones precipitadas. No obstruya las vías de acceso y evacuación con sus pertenencias. No actúe por iniciativa propia. Siga las instrucciones del encargado de evacuación, quien le indicará las vías de escape habilitadas. No corra. Respete las señales de evacuación. Use las escaleras apoyándose en sus pasamanos y diríjase a la zona de seguridad. La Facultad de Ciencias Físicas y Matemáticas de la Universidad de Chile les desea una visita grata y segura.
Muy bien, ya que revisamos estas medidas de seguridad, quiero darles a todos la más cordial bienvenida. Soy Verónica Schmidt. Estoy muy contenta de poder acompañarlos en un día como hoy, además para abordar un tema tan relevante como el que vamos a abordar en esta segunda conferencia Santiago, Prevención, Gestión y Nuevas Tecnologías ante Incendios Forestales. Quiero también agradecer la presencia de quienes nos acompañan hoy día, de las autoridades que hoy día están acá, a la ministra subrogante de Relaciones Exteriores, a Gloria de la Fuente, también al subsecretario del Interior, Víctor Ramos, al subsecretario de
Secretary of Agriculture, Alan Espinosa, and Secretary of CONAFA, Guilleta Tatiana Molina, Co-President of California Chilean Chamber and Chilean Chamber for CAL FIRE, and the Director of CAL FIRE, Helen Lopez. Thank you for coming. Ellen Bergman, for the Director of Prevention for the State of California CAL FIRE, Christopher Anthony, and ex-Deputy Director of CAL FIRE, who is Ex-Fire Alliance, who is here with us, and also we thank Brian Collins, who is Secretary Director of Air Fire, Andrew Kaya, from Seneca, and Valentina Rodriguez, who is Director of Chilean Council.
También una especial mención a quienes hacen posible que hoy día nos reunamos en este encuentro, que son nuestros colaboradores.
Who are collaborators and who are fundamental in reviewing these activities. First in Human Relations, CONAF, Senapred, and UC Davis, Chile Life Science Innovation Center, called Matter, and who is with us today. Though we are here in the sense that it's not just on this meeting, that's a mission which we concentrate in 4 days. This is the second year that with Chile-California Chamber, we've been here and we've been working in fire management services and collaborations in the different actors, that we seek to have opportune answer and to prevent all actions that are necessary in fire matters, and wherever possible to have organizations and strategic institutions and universities which are fundamental players in providing an answer to these needs. This year, not only are we concentrated in this Santiago, but also we will do that in the southern area, where we always have the focus of fires, regrettably, particularly in the region of Biobío, particularly in the city of Concepción, where we also have activities linked to the second conference on prevention and management and new technologies for forest fires. Before we start with the activities and with the presentations that we have, I want to ask you that we review this next video that we have for you. It is said that Chile-California are twins, trans-hemispheric twins. It's an opportunity. What opportunities does this twinning provide? The Chile-California Council has a collaboration and cooperation and collaboration in order to highlight as much as possible the similarities in sustainable areas as much as possible. It's no basis that a good wine is due to one side and the other. Today's idea is to toast to the exchange of both places between the public services and private services in Chile and California. So we even share the same tragedies. It's devastating fires, magnified by natural disasters and the ring of fire leading to earthquakes. If natural parks, it's Chile and California have pioneers in the declaration of national parks and important progress made in earth preservation. This green symbolizes the transfer of alliance that the Chile-California Council provides. A network of positive actions with common fibers, with the conviction that growth has to be sustainable. This is how we foment investment, technological exchange, educational change, and cultural change. We thank Francisca Valenzuela, a singer, Chilean singer who lives in Chile and California. Is also council of the Chile-California Council member, as she is part of this video. Now, through this visual work, we know that we're not alone, that Chile-California share an important series of situations that make it possible to see that if we get together and if we share all these things that makes us similar, as Francisca said through her voice, the twins, trans-hemispheric twins, we can together deal with all these tragedies and through this way have a better way of going forward. As you can see, part of our issue is prevention, management, and new technologies given forest fires, and this has how we strengthen our exchange of experiences and knowledge, such that with common affairs we can deal with climate change. And we know that climate change exists, and due to that we have different sets of issues, and we also know that great majority of forest fires occur through human fire, through negligence, or because we have people who want to produce fires, man-made fires in criminal way. So this is why we must coordinate and learn from experience of others to be capable of acting in not only responsible but only together on time. This is why we here highlighted important players in the public and private sphere, such that with international cooperation and the use of technology that we can have successful solutions. I want to thank the those who will open this work, to Tatiana Molina, who will address the chamber, the deputies here present. Well, thank you for being with us. Today it's an important milestone, almost a decade of where we've been working together in the council and different institutions to be able to promote this collaboration. So I'm very happy to see you all present here. On behalf of the council, to thank the authorities here present, Ms. Assistant Minister Gloria Gonzalez, the Undersecretary Victor Ramos, who was in a coffee and he had to, because of agenda, to go back to his offices, and the Undersecretary of Agriculture, Alan Espinosa, thank you for being here, and also to the Executive Director of CONAF, Rodrigo Yesca, with which we've been working. Yesterday we had a long meeting with him and his team, basically working in issues relating to this collaboration. I would also like to thank once again the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with whom their support we can enable this work for the last 15 years. Thank you for the Ministry, Plaza Ambassador Plaza, and the Assistant Minister for continued support of this activity. To thank the University of Chile for receiving us in their house today, and obviously to all the audience that are here with us, both present and those who are in California, who are in a YouTube channel. So if you listen to us, thank you for the commitment to our panelists and to our audience, and particularly to our delegation from California. We have a delegation which is luxurious. You will get to know them throughout the panel conversation, but I want to know particularly Helen, Daniel, Megs, Chris, Brian, Andrew, who are with us and who will be the whole week with us, sharing their experiences and also learning from us a lot in support, innovation, in challenges, and in lessons learned that we've had from Chile. Before we start, I would like to dedicate some brief moments to tell you a little bit more about the council. I know you saw the video, but this Chile-California Council is a non-profit organization based in San Francisco, California. It has 15 years of story. It's conformed in 2011, came together in 2011, but the council is born, given a collaboration with Chile-California, which predates that from the gold fever, some highlights in the 1970s, reconsolidation 2008 with the moment of Arnold Schwarzenegger and Michelle Bachelet as president, and the creation of the council in 2011 with the visit of President Obama, when he signed with President Piñera. Back then we signed a protocol of agreement that speaks of a state policy, which is the intent of the state to maintain this relationship alive and together in the pursuit of shared goals. We are NGO. We have a directory and a council based half in Chile, half in California, where members are academics, scientists. We are Chileans present in NASA. We are Chileans present in excellent universities in California. We're artists. We have Francisca Venezuela as an artist. With a multidisciplinary group which seeks to connect mainly. And in that context, our purpose within the council is to connect Chile and California for a better future. That is our mission, our purpose. And indeed, we do that by connecting both regions in issues which are strategic for the country. It is something that we work year on year. It's a long-term view with the Ministry of Exterior, with the different institutions with which collaborate, and these strategic issues, to mention but a few, we've worked strongly in environmental preservation. You saw the video of the natural similitudes that both regions have, for therefore the importance of preserving those spaces and collaborate towards that. We've also worked in energy matters, supporting and sharing experiences in the challenges of energy transfer, decarbonization, that challenges which both Chile and California have, innovation and artificial intelligence, entrepreneurship. We've had a big conference in San Francisco with ProChile, with the Chilean community in California, where we participated, the team of governments in matters relating to AI. Our vision, our ambition there is to be able to support Chile be connected with the big leagues in innovation, entrepreneurship, and AI. When we speak about California, we're talking about the big leagues here. And obviously, it's a collaboration, natural collaboration areas, the work that we've been doing in prevention of emergencies, prevention management of emergencies, and forest fires, particularly in forest fires. The very similar geographies help us to collaborate, and we have challenges in how to collaborate and how we deal with issues related to climate change, which possibly are going to just get worse, these climate change issues. It is moment, therefore, to look for alliances and collaborations, international in nature, and what better to do this with California. This is why before than 10 years we were working in this line where Chile, California have been worked together, collaborated to share lessons, experiences in matters relating to management, fires, emergencies. Some landmark issues here is that in 2016 we have the privilege of the Council to be with the authorities to promote the signing of an memorandum of understanding with CONAF and CAL FIRE, which is memorandum which is in fully under renewal, and we hope to be renewed, and the authorities can renew in the next few days, perhaps hours, hopefully. And this memorandum seeks to generate work patterns such that we can work collaboratively and learn mutually. Not only this collaboration, but in 2019 we supported the signing of another MOU between CAL-US, which is the Emergency Management Office in California, with what ONEMI was back then, which today is, with the modifications, it's called SENAPRED, and this MOU is focused on how to prepare in order to better address emergencies, and how this is an MOU whereby we are committing ourselves to renew issues, and such that this work could be fruitful. The challenge is not only forest fires, but we have flooding, we have earthquakes, and we have, among other, catastrophes. So in that context of history, is that visit is part of a long-term relationship. It's a relationship where the Council has the commitment to continue supporting, such that to strengthen this working agenda, knowledge and learnings for the service of California, such that we can learn from close up of what we've learned and what we can teach. So we can thank all those who are with us, the panelists and experts, and we hope that this instance is an instance we can talk about how we can create better public policies, how we can have technologies which is more useful for real challenges that we have in the country, and how can we generate more resilient communities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tatiana, for your words. I also want to ask the authorities who are with us to give us some words on reflections to us to start with this day. To the scenario Undersecretary of Agriculture, Alino Espinosa, so he can have some words to the floor. Thank you, Undersecretary. How are you? Very good day. Minister, how are you, Minister? Very good day to you. Mrs. Tatiana, thank you very much for this, and to greet everybody here present. For us to be here as a Ministry of Agriculture is fully relevant, completely relevant, and I'm going to say it this due to several reasons. It's climate change has affected us, our country, the situation of forest fires and the emergencies. We've been affected by this for a long time now. We fought in 2017 firestorm, where the fire was in the central area of the country. Today, this season 2025 finished with fires in the Araucanía season, where in months where we're not used to. So, which means fire has changed, climate has changed, times have changed, and that needs us to be. I like to because of the knowledge learned, we see how what we made sense yesterday, today it doesn't, because the conditions have changed, and this obliges us to be more prepared, more attentive. To prevent a fire is much easier than fighting it, and that is we have the role of those the brigadiers, the staff of CONAF, which also protect lives, protect assets, protect our livestock and agricultural livestock and agricultural specs and livestock. This has been a mandate that has given us by a president. Our president body has given us that we must make a policy and a construction of public policy from the territories and with the territories, and that is why what is stated by earlier, which bears relation when there's similitudes, when places which are distant but share different conditions, or some, we can restate how we can go forward. That's why prevention, management in progress allows us as a ministry to be more practical in our viewpoint. We were talking about this with the people ministry. We are obliged to have better updatings in regarding data. The authorities have to be all antecedents to cite. To fight a fire today is complex, and that's why we're going to have alert system where everybody's involved in this alert system. Firefighters, civil society. If civil society plays a key role here, when we say that if you see smoke, the first thing that you have to say is call the authorities, corresponding authorities, because to be arrive early with the technical teams allows us to have better seasons. This is seminars allows us to be able to show what we are doing, what management, risk management is something that's here to stay. Conditions have changed, they're much more complex, and that's why collaboration, public-private collaboration in this case, but also public-private, allows us to have better tools. That is why my words are always thankful in order to have a collaboration, solidarity, generous, reciprocal, and we have in the basis of the California Chile Council, as stated earlier, and allows us today to be able to continue working together in an MOU, which allows us not only to have better tools, but to also to be better prepared in this type of events, where the irresponsibility, human irresponsibility, as said, has important aspects. With 90%, more than 90% of forest fires are caused by humans, people, and here we have responsibility not only to prevent but to mitigate and to control. So have a strong embrace, and I hope to be here with you, for you, to be with CONAF, and to have a very good season from the point of view of less fire-affected hectares and less incidents in this 2025-2026. Thank you very much. A warm embrace to all of you. Thank you, Undersecretary. Alan Espinosa mentioned the CONAF. We forget that with the saving not only hectares of forest but also lives. That is why it's more than opportune to call the executive director of CONAF so that he can tell us some words and his reflections on that regard. Thank you for being here. Welcome everybody, everybody who's here with us. For us, it's a great pleasure to be here in these prior moments for what comes next. Everything is saying that this season is going to be very complex, the upcoming season. So as CONAF, where all our resources are beginning to work and project to what is coming. And in that, we have this conference where we have this big support from CAL FIRE, which in terms of techniques, in terms of conversations, in terms of that we can have, which are fluid, which are provide feedback, and that's very positive. And I think that is what we should highlight. Us as CONAF, in Latin American level, we are the leading country in fighting forest fires, in fighting and preventing. In world level, we're within the top. So always here, and we require all these supports that provide on the goodwill and the providing of information, on goodwill, information and cooperation and the goodwill. So thank you for being here. Thank you for this instance, and I think it's a very valuable instances and significant for us. So to be here as CAL FIRE, to be with CAL FIRE, we have internally we can measure ourselves how we can provide this knowledge, these capacities, and from there on we don't miss any moment that we work with all emergency systems. We have firefighters. We are very grateful for the firefighting institutions. Ever more relationships are more intense, and they arise from good management. Cernapred is with us, who supports us in everything to do with the coordination and have ordered firefighting capacities. One doesn't know where they start. Everybody can arrive. If there's no coordination, it's worse. So we always have to have within these coordinations, and these coordinations are the ones that I think give us a good signal to maintain order, so as to provide security to the community, and also to have a lesser nil lives to lose. We never want to lose our spaces where we live and the nature that we love. We don't never want that to be destroyed. We all work towards have a better season where we prevent all this. For a better season is that we have less hectares affected and less living dwellings affected and less days lost. So this is why we have prepared, always coordinated. So once again, thank all these spaces. These spaces are fundamental to generate conversations and to have a good development and good season. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rodrigo, for these words. We talk about international cooperation and the relevance of learning and experiences, and out of what the state can do given these new lives. I want to ask the Assistant Ministry, Gloria de la Fuentes, Assistant Foreign Secretary, to talk about the relationship between our country and California. Thank you. Very good day for everybody. I was reminded just now by Alan Espinosa, the Undersecretary. Our country has triplified the budget in order to deal with these circumstances, which are very specific circumstances to the country, because we have been looking at the world that climate change, climate crisis has been negated and has created very important effects in the life of people. And one of these has been how disasters have changed. And he has said that because what he didn't say in his intervention is that he's a firefighter himself, so he has dealt personally with these fire situations that he has described. So obviously, welcome to everybody. For me, it's an honor to be here in the second conference, to inaugurate the second conference, and I would like therefore to thank all the institutions, public institutions that are involved, particularly to our Chile-California Council, which has done tremendous work in order to deal with this work, which are of common interest and allow us to be to learn from experiences, and that's to provide with our experience in order to create better public policies and initiatives where there's many players involved. I would also like to thank to those who are with us online, from the experts from California State and the various institutions that are with us in public policy, like PONAF, SENAPED, the Chilean firefighters, the University of Chile and its Faculty of Physical Sciences and Mathematics. So very warm regards today, because if we have no work with academia, it's very difficult to work with them. Please receive to the name of the government of Chile a sincere of what is here, to be here, of the opening words, urgently also very necessary to be with this global imperative to support the threats of firefights, given the devastating fires throughout the world, to our video diversity and the impact that generates, particularly security and welfare that of people who are permanently affected by situations, tragic situations such as firefighting, particularly in very complex situations, which makes it very difficult to prevent and control. Forest fires have become one of the most dramatic manifestations, as we've said earlier, of climate change. The challenges goes beyond cross-country frontiers, both in California and Chile. We witness how the fire seasons are more extensive, more severe, and they affect ever more human lives, ecosystems, communities, and ecosystems. Given this international cooperation is very useful, very necessary to build bridges, to have an answer, and to manage all these situations. And the Chile and California's Council has a long story and very fruitful relationship, from the signature of 2008 Chile-California Plan, and after with the Council as executive arm in 2010. This alliance has consolidated as a platform, exemplary platform for in areas which go from the development of human capital, education, energy, agriculture, commerce, and more recently, as Director said, AI. The cooperation agreement between the Council and the AI Center, National Center, ensures the presence of this council in emerging areas, where Chile is among the leaders, regional leaders in digital governance. In this framework, the cooperation of COALFIRE, CONAF, which comes from the cooperation of in 2016, becomes a concrete example of how technical example can become in substantive improvements in their preparations given emergencies. A symbol of continuity and consolidation of this alliance is that in 2024 onwards, the Ministry of Relations had the honor of having the cooperation of Chile-California Conference on fire response and emergency response given forest fires, and we celebrate the second edition here today. Likewise, in 2027, beginning of this month, in Marin Sausalito in California, to the fifth company firefighters in Viña del Mar, is a tangible example of how fruitful as collaborations bear fruit, given political will, and how we can articulate public and private efforts in order to have common characteristics. I reiterate, therefore, our strong commitment from the Ministry of to have this working agenda. We will continue to promoting international cooperation in matters relating to management, climate resilience, and scientific diplomacy, and the exchange of information, the innovation, the expansions of alliance, and collaboration networks which contribute to integral collaboration of a country. I thank profoundly your presence today and your commitment, and particularly the work that you carry out day to day. I have the conviction that this second conference is going to have it's going to be a highlight in this collaboration between the Chilean Republic and the state of California, a collaboration which reflects the union of efforts to a more safe future for a resilient life for everybody. Thank you very much. thank you, Undersecretary. We had taken a photo at the beginning of this activity, given that the Undersecretary of the Interior had another activity. He wanted to participate in that record. So please, now, if you have taken a new photograph, having the Agricultural Secretary here present. So if we want to have to this CAL FIRE team and also from the members of the delegations of not only California but the authorities to come to the scenario, to the Undersecretary, to the Agriculture Secretary, and the CONAF Director. So we take another picture, such also appreciating or making the use that Helen Lopez, Daniel Bernat, Mr. Anthony, Brian Collins, also Andrew Carr, and Valentina Rodriguez from the Council, Chile-California Council, such we can take a new photo, and thus all authorities that are participating in this important activity can have a picture of their participation in today's meeting. We want to say hello to everybody connected, to all those in YouTube, being transmitted by the Chile-California Council, being transmitted to an online group in California. More than 537, perhaps they are waking up to this activity, and those who are following us in Chile, in different regions in Chile, particularly in the south, where we know there's a lot of interest to follow these activities. We'll have conversation panels later today. Our communications means is we be able to participate from the learnings and reflections that our panels are going to be developed. Another important situation is that the Chile-California Council, together with the Chilean Consulate, has in San Francisco, this is very interesting, they have a network called Chile Connector, which what it looks is to get together, bring together Chileans in California, to have a community of Chileans there. So if you are in California, you can add yourselves to this network, which is called Chile Connector. And the council, together with the council, are promoting in order to generate a unity of Chileans in San Francisco, California, through the council and the council. There's new news from California. There's 40 people watching who are connected. So thank you for these early risers who are connected from the US following the developments. Those who want to check all these, or particularly if there's some people who this are going to leave, this is going to be left in YouTube, so you can look at it, review it later. We have at the start of the activity, one of the landmarks of this work is a memorandum of understanding, which is going to be renewed by CONAF and CAL FIRE, and was going to guide this work, which is fundamental in the. And we want to know more about that. That's why we want to ask Jael Moraga, who is the head of planning, strategic planning in firefighting in CONAF, and Anita Berkeley, who is Undersecretary of CAL FIRE, such that we together can talk about that MOU. And welcome. Thank you for participating. Hello, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. As Hassan said previously, we are very close to signing and updating of an MOU between CONAF and CAL FIRE, of which we're very proud. It's been a long work with the technical teams,
which seeks to strengthen management of both institutions given the experience that we've had. So we will present in a very generic manner the objective that we have and the lines of work that we will have addressed in this work. Well, the aim here, the general aim of this memorandum is to establish a framework of collaboration and a mutual association, mutually beneficial, as mentioned, for both institutions as associated, in association to all the risk management in dealing with fires in response to the emergency and preventative management. So within the specific objectives, as we have to strengthen capacities, response capacities, and recovery given forest fires, and to promote prevention and awareness building in the urban-rural interface, which is a very complex issue which we address with forest fires. Gracias. Yo soy su asistente de protección. Aquí un par de puntos claves acá en el memorando que estamos viendo. Gestión de colaboración es las mejores prácticas que podemos trabajar colaborativamente, y esto no es cuando vemos Chile, lo hacemos mucho con los otros socios internacionales, porque todos sabemos que estamos acá, que no podemos hacerlo solos. Chile, California, British Columbia, todos trabajamos juntos, junto con bomberos en California, en Chile, en Australia también. Entonces, este memorándum se trata de compartir la información, la tecnología, para todo lo que se puede hacer para colaborar y aprender uno del otro las mejores prácticas, implementarlas. Y esta es la intención de todo eso. Verán cosas aquí que como gestión de emergencia, operaciones de avión. Estamos en la era tecnológica de los drones, aviones autónomos, vehículos autónomos aéreos. Entonces vamos a trabajar sobre aquello, y entrenamiento conjunto. Esa es otra pieza. No podemos hacerlo todo juntos. Todos nuestros bomberos de California trabajamos brazo a brazo, codo a codo, las mismas estrategias a través de ISS, mismos estándares. Y esto es algo
is successful for us in California and with all of our other international partners, working collaboratively together, again, not just as one agency, but as a team. So really looking forward to that. And then again, just continued collaboration with each other, our technology companies throughout both countries and both of our departments. And again, back into the education, you'll see from some of our other presentations, how we collaborate with a lot of our universities. We're in one right now, and we use our universities in California as well to build some strategies and really look in some research. So that's very important for us. Obviously, fire prevention is a very big topic. If we can all prevent an ignition or a fire from happening, the fire never happens, and we don't see the destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades now, arguably. So it's a very important piece. And then the last piece is, again, the technological exchange of shadowing. We can all learn from each other. Us coming to you and you coming to California is very important. And I would say not just with each other, to the other international countries. When we talk with the other countries that we will collaborate with, going to them as a team so we can all share in one room or on one incident what we can learn from each other real time. So.
Este creo que no está. Sí, ahí sí.
It's a synthesis of what we'll be working along. We hope that this challenge continues. We're very grateful for this collaboration that we had for several years. So we hope this improves more, because we don't work alone. It's a system which must work as a whole. Have firefighters here, prevention people. So the strengthening of capacities that we all do but prevention and mitigation is also fundamental. So we hope we're able to sign this. We have administrative issues to deal with still, but technical aspects have been dealt with. So we hope the next few days are very fruitful. Thank you very much. Thank you both for explaining to us the scope of all this, and hopefully we can have all this. We'll start immediately now with the first panel, and who will be opening this panel, who is just prevention and management from public policy sphere, where we will talk about experiences and lessons learned on risk management. Daniel Bernat, he is that fire marshal from California. He is responsible for security against fires for that state, led prevention, recovery, but also training, apart from research in the fires also. Daniel has also, within his presentation, an important aspect here, or we will talk something about, I'm very sure, is the historic fire of Los Angeles 2025, a fire which lasted 26 days. How long does it take, does a human being take in creating a spark? Seconds. How long does human take in putting out a fire? It's an unfair equation. Daniel has that experience, and he will tell us how that works and all the lessons that we've had from that. So please, strong round of applause. Daniel, welcome.
Well, buen día. Me llamo Daniel Berlant. Soy California State Fire Marshal or el Director de Prevención de Incendiarios de California. I did my best.
Hice lo mejor que pude. Ojalá entendí.
Such an honor to be here in Chile. It has been about 10 years since I first joined. Myself and Helen Lopez from our team joined CONAF and began this journey of really uniting our state and your country together. I watched the video of the California-Chile Council where they show all the images of your beautiful country and our beautiful state. And I don't know about you, but it was very hard for me to know, was that California or was that Chile? Because our countries are so similar. And as we have seen now over the last decade, our conditions, our wildfires are similar as well. I want to start just to lay a little groundwork of who we are at CAL FIRE. So CAL FIRE, we are California's fire department, but we are also the forestry department. We regulate our timber industry, our forestry sector in California, and we're also responsible for preventing fires in homes and wildfires as well. So that's just a little bit about who CAL FIRE is and what we do. But I want to talk about our California wildfire problem. For over a decade, we've continued to not necessarily experience more wildfires, but these are the most damaging wildfires that we've experienced in our history. The severity of the wildfires, the fatalities, the deaths that have been caused by these wildfires are on the rise. And it's not just a California problem, right? You are also experiencing more fires in many countries across the globe are also experiencing it. But what is the cause? And for us, it's not a simple thing that we can point to say we need to improve on this. It is really a series of issues all coming together at the same time, impacting and then increasing wildfire conditions. First, in California, similar to has been mentioned here in Chile, our climate is changing. In California alone, our fire seasons, our summer months, have increased on average 75 to 90 days longer than they were decades ago. And so we've really transitioned from a fire season to a fire year. All year round, we are responding to wildfires. But the climate, the weather conditions are becoming more severe. We're experiencing hotter temperatures. We're experiencing more summertime storms that come in with dry lightning storms with no rain. These spark thousands of wildfires all at the same time. So these weather conditions continue to challenge us. Now, it's really important to note that just like your climate, we have a dry Mediterranean climate. Wildfire is natural in our state, just like it is natural in other Mediterranean climates. Many of our forests, they need wildfire. But with the changing climate, with these extreme weather events, these natural fires are becoming much more large and, again, much more severe. Our second challenge is our forests in California are overgrown. They are, in many cases, unhealthy. And so they become susceptible to weather conditions like drought. We've seen more extreme drought, more frequent drought. And in California, it's not just that it's drier, we're seeing extreme changes in climate. One year it is significantly dry with very little rain, and then the next year we have significant rain. Whether we get a lot of rain or no rain, we still get wildfires. But we're seeing, again, this extreme back and forth with our overall weather conditions. But our forests are having a challenge. In those dry years, they are fighting each other for enough water to survive. They are thirsty. They are looking for water. And then they become susceptible to pests. In California, we have a very small little bark beetle insect that takes advantage of the tree when it is stressed, needing water, and that has led to hundreds of millions of trees that have died in California. So many of our forests are completely dead, making them, again, susceptible to extreme fire conditions. As it was mentioned for Hugh in Chile, similar to us in California, 95% of the wildfires in our jurisdiction are caused by the activity of people. Now, that may be accidental, that may be arson, that may be infrastructure like electrical utilities. But humans cause our fires. And so what that means is that almost all of our fires are preventable. And so really engaging our communities, engaging sectors like utilities to do their part to prevent fires is a really critical condition, but it is a contributing factor to our wildfire crisis. And then lastly, our population growth. In California, we've continued to see a significant increase. Since 2010 to 2020, our population grew by nearly 6%. So in California alone, we have nearly 39 million people. More people moving into areas that had traditional wildfires. And so we have to change how we build communities. But having more people in wildfire-prone areas, accidentally, people start wildfires. And so, again, this all contributes to the crisis that we have. But we have a strategy. It's really important to note we've been working very closely with our partners. Now, our strategy, I mentioned this last year for those of you who attended, it's not CAL FIRE's strategy. It's not just us in the fire service. We have partnered with our federal agencies, with our municipalities, with our tribal our indigenous people, all coming together to unite, to come up with a strategy together. And that strategy really is focused in three core areas. First is response. We have to have a strong response. We have to have bomberos. We have to have firefighters who respond quickly. We have to have the resources, the technology to make sure that when a fire does break out, we can quickly suppress it. We have invested significantly. In the last 5 years alone, we have doubled our budget at CAL FIRE. We have doubled the number of firefighters that we have available to us. We have upgraded our aircraft. I showed that video a bit with some pride because we love our helicopters. We love our air tankers. We've continued to buy more and increase the amount of resources that we have. You're going to hear from some important colleagues later about some of the technology that we've invested in and that others invested in. But we're working together on this response. But it's really important to note we're not going to respond our way out of this crisis. But the coordination of the response is critical. In California, we really have three jurisdictions, if you will. The state, CAL FIRE, we are responsible for about 1/3 of California. Local cities and municipalities are responsible for the second third. And then the last third is owned by the federal government. Our federal government owns most of the forested land and the national parks within our state. And so between local, state, and federal, there are three different main sectors. And then you again add our tribal partners. And it's so critical that not one is telling the other what to do, but that we're continuously working together. We have in California 2 operational centers where we make decisions on moving resources around. And we do that in partnership with our local and our federal resources. We make sure that we're staffed up together. There's coordination that occurs. It's very critical. Again, we at CAL FIRE, at the state, we're not just telling our local firefighters what to do and how to respond to their fires, and the federal government is not telling us what to do. We have to work together in our overall response. The second pillar, though, of our strategy is hardening our community. What that means is building new homes in wildfire-prone areas with materials that are resistant to the ignition of wildfires, that can withstand the embers that rain down from our wildfires. I'll talk about the LA fires and its impact on the communities in just a little bit. In California, though, it's not just how we build our homes, it's also the plants, the trees that we have immediately adjacent around the homes. We have requirements in wildfire-prone areas that for about 30 meters around the home, you must limit or maintain the plants. Make sure that the trees are limbed from the ground. Remove combustible fire-prone materials right up against the home. And I'm going to talk and really focus on this in just a moment, the research we've done in this area, because in the last decade, we have had over 70,000 homes and buildings damaged and destroyed by wildfires. 70,000 homes damaged or destroyed. It's very impactful to us. And so we have to make sure that we're building a resilient California. Our third pillar, though, of our strategy is forest health, taking care of our forest, making sure that at a large ecosystem level that our forests are restored back to a healthy state, that they can naturally allow for low severity fire. We're not trying to eliminate fire. That's really important to note. We're not trying to eliminate fire. Prescribed fire is an important part of our overall strategy. Under the right conditions, using prescribed fire to again, allow a more natural balance of wildfires. Many of our plants, similar to you, rely on fire. Our nature relies on fire. Our animals rely on fire. But with so many people living in areas, it's very difficult to just allow a fire to burn naturally. And so we have to then bring prescribed fire back into the conversation. But we also do a lot to just, again, overall make sure that our forests are thin. In California, we've very much allowed our forests to grow very thick. We have lots and lots of trees. But again, that makes them then susceptible when there are drought years when they don't have enough water. But these are the three pillars of our strategy. And again, I really stress the fact that it is not CAL FIRE's strategy, it is California's strategy. And our success in being able to meet this strategy is our partnership at the local, state, federal, and tribal level. I talked already a little bit about our response. And again, I cannot understress how important it is. We have to have a unified response. We've worked very hard to make sure that our training standards between our firefighters and local firefighters, tribal firefighters, is the same. We're all trained to the same level. That way, when the fire breaks out, we have the ability to ensure that we know that the fire engine, the piece of equipment, the firefighter that arrives at that incident, that fire, that they are going to bring the same level of training and be able to perform the same level of work. And so it's so critical that our response is not only coordinated, but that we are using the same standards. Now, we have grown and continue to build upon this. We have challenges. We had challenges in the LA fires. But we continue to learn from those, and we'll talk about some of those lessons in a moment. I focus in on community preparation. One of my roles in California is the focus on preparing our communities. And you can see here, this is similar to cities and communities that you have here in Chile, where you have the mountains, you have the forests, and then you have homes right up against it. And our strategy in preparing communities is you can't just do one thing. You can't just build a home out of fire ignition resistant materials and call it good. You have to make sure that utilities are doing their part to harden their infrastructure. You have to make sure that the roadways for evacuations allow not only for emergency response into the fire, but so the community can evacuate the fire. We met with Senapred yesterday. We share many of the same challenges. Creating evacuation routes is not easy. You don't know where the fire is going to go. You don't know where the wind is going to necessarily take every single fire. But making sure you're using standardized language that gives clear direction to the community of what to do is very important. But having roads wide enough for that to handle that evacuation is very important. In LA, we were challenged. You may have seen video or pictures of vehicles lined up in the roadway. We had to use a bulldozer to push the cars out of the road because the people had been told to leave their cars and they blocked the roads. That creates a challenge for us. So our roads, how we build our neighborhoods, how we harden our homes are all part of making sure that we have a resilient community. I mentioned just a bit ago, we've done a lot of research to try to understand why are homes burning. For nearly 15 years in California, we've had a building code for homes in wildfire-prone areas to build them to this higher standard. The materials they're built out of, the roof material, the siding material, the vents, the eaves, all of these construction features are built to resist the embers. But yet, I told you, 70,000 homes and buildings have still been destroyed since that code was in place. The challenge is that code is for new building, for new homes. 90% of the homes in California in wildfire-prone areas were built before this code. And so our big challenge is how do we harden those existing homes? So we've done a significant amount of research. This photo here, I'm going to show a video of it in a moment as well. We've partnered with our universities. We've partnered with research organizations, national research organizations, to really better understand how fires, how embers are destroying homes. You see this image. This is in a large laboratory. A full-scale home is built in this. What you can see in this picture, just off to the side, are huge wind turbines, fans. They can create hurricane-level winds. That show, and you can see the wind is pushing these embers. In this lab, they are able to generate the embers fanned by the winds. You can see where the embers go. And one of the things we found here, and you can see it in this photo, the embers stay within about a 5-foot radius of the home, about 1.5 meters around the home itself. And so again, learning about why are embers staying right up against the home. I'll show another picture that shows this outside of the laboratory. Right here, you can see how the embers are raining down from a fire that may be kilometers away, but fanned by the winds, pushed by the winds, these embers accumulate right up against the homes, right up against the buildings. You can see it's not just one ember, it's not just two embers, it's thousands, millions of embers with one firefighter trying to put out the plants that have caught on fire. This is a video, maybe. You can see in this video, they built one home to our building code, one side that was not. One doesn't have plant material right up against the home, the other does. Again, the spoiler alert, the home not built to our code, the home that has bark and mulch right up against the home, catches on fire. You see it right there at the end. One side burned, the other didn't. So these aren't just our own analysis. This is data. Data and science driving us how to continue to prepare our communities. This is a final picture of it. Again, 2 homes, 2 very different stories. So how do we prepare our communities together? In California, we work very closely with our cities, giving them resources, grants, funding to help them make sure that they have evacuation plans, that the evacuation routes out to get out of the community, that they do clearance along those roadways, clearing out some of the trees and the overgrown vegetation, removing some of the grass so that when the fire burns, that evacuation route somewhat acts as a fuel break to hold back the fire. But planning new neighborhoods, as we build new neighborhoods, in fact, our success rate in California for new neighborhoods built to the standard have a significantly higher chance of surviving a wildfire than our existing neighborhoods. So community planning is so important as part of our overall strategy.
Are following breaking news out of Southern California, where dangerous and fast-moving wildfires are currently raging in Los Angeles.
And breaking tonight on Fox News at Night, one of the wealthiest areas of Los Angeles, as you can see right there, is on fire.
Almost 180,000 people have been ordered to leave their homes around Los Angeles as 5 fires continue to burn, 2 of them completely uncontained.
At least 5 people have been killed and more than 100,000 are now under evacuation orders.
With a chilling 3D map showing how it's spread since it erupted last Tuesday. Homes have been reduced to smouldering ruins, while an apocalyptic landscape is all that remains in some neighborhoods.
So let me set the stage to the LA fires. I know you've all seen the video on the news here. January in California is our winter months. It's when it rains, in the mountains it snows. We have very little fire activity. But in Los Angeles, leading up to the fires, Los Angeles was experiencing drought conditions. They had not received measurable rainfall in a significant amount of time. It is very normal to get wind in the Southern California. In Southern California, let me go to the next slide here. Maybe not. It's very normal in the fall months, the winter months, for us to get significant winds. In California, we call those winds Santa Ana winds. Those Santa Ana winds typically. I got it here. Thank you.
Are following break.
There we go. Those Santa Ana winds are significant. Most of our Southern California large damaging fires are really fueled by Santa Ana winds. They dry the conditions out. The humidity becomes very low. But January 7th, as you all know, we saw significant wildfire in Los Angeles. Fires that burned into significantly populated, urbanized areas. As we now know, the Pacific Palisades fire was actually started a week earlier by an arsonist. An arsonist started a fire, the fire department responded, put the fire out. A week later, contributing based on the extreme weather conditions, that fire was able to rekindle and then start a new fire. And despite us staffing, increasing our presence, adding more fire engines in Southern California ahead of the fire. Again, we knew we were going to see extreme fire conditions. So from Northern California, we moved fire engines and firefighters and aircraft down into Southern California. But it wasn't just the Pacific Palisades fire. It wasn't just the Eaton fire in the community of Altadena in California. That week in Southern California, we saw hundreds of fires. You can see this map. It's somewhat showing you the progression of the 2 major fires. But in reality, there were dozens of large fires in Los Angeles. But our firefighters, in an aggressive initial attack, was able to stop those fires. This is a little snapshot of the fire equipment that we mobilized to respond to these fires. We had hundreds of fire engines and bulldozers and fire crews. We brought in significant amount of aircraft We have incident management teams that manage large-scale wildfires and disasters. We had 3 of them on the ground in those initial days. Here again are some more stats. So the fires in LA burned over 23,000 hectares, which in California and probably for you is not a lot. These were not huge fires, but they burned into very, very, very populated areas. The Pacific Palisades fire literally burned to the ocean. Literally burned to the ocean. 16,000 buildings were destroyed in those 2 fires, really in a matter of hours. Arguably in less than 8 hours, those 16,000 homes, most of them were completely destroyed. And what was different in the LA fires versus past wildfires in California was the fact that this was really what we call in California an urban conflagration. I don't know if it translates well, but essentially what was happening is the fire, fanned by the winds, hits the neighborhoods. Embers are raining down on the homes. One home catches on fire. It spreads to the next home, to the next home, to the next home, to the next home. Like a domino, the entire block is destroyed. The next block is destroyed. In Altadena, the Eaton fire, it burnt 16 blocks into an urbanized area. These residents in the middle of the night received evacuation notices on their phone. They looked at it. We can't have a wildfire here in our city. That's not for us. And they went back to sleep. Elderly individuals went back to sleep. And then when it was too late, many of them died. You can see here we had 30 fatalities in that fire, mostly to elderly residents who, again, did not heed the evacuations because they could not imagine in their head that their town would be impacted by a wildfire and that their home would need to evacuate from a wildfire. 30 people died from these fires. Again, you see a little bit more stats. 1,200 fire engines, 12,000 firefighters were mobilized to these fires. I put in here, we dropped a significant amount of water. Now, we were challenged in the first few days. The winds were so strong, like a hurricane. It's not only unsafe for our aircraft to fly, it's not effective. We bring in an airplane, an air tanker drops retardant. In that kind of wind, the retardant, the water, never touches the ground. But when windows of opportunity, where the wind dies down, we had significant amount of aircraft, including at night. One of our major victories on this fire, we had been training now for many years for night flying aircraft. A lot of coordination, a lot of training, a lot of preparation went into it. And we had almost a dozen or so, half a dozen of our Black Hawk helicopters that we have put into service, flying at night, helping us 24 hours a day get a handle on these fires. But you can see millions of gallons of water was used to fight the fire, millions of gallons of fire retardant used to fight the fire. So as I wrap up here, in California, the last 10 years, again, we're seeing more fires. When we began our partnership with CONAF in 2016, we were just on the brink of this change and this crisis in California. We'd always had wildfires, right? We've had many damaging fires before that. But we signed an MOU. We looked to CONAF to partner to say, how can we work together? How can we leverage technologies? How can we leverage making sure best practices in training, in community preparation, is not only helping our residents in California, but is helping your residents? For us, we went back to California, and the very next year, significant wildfires. And that has only started this crisis year after year with, again, more fires. But a coordination at all levels of government is critical to our response. Not just responding with fire equipment is part of the strategy. We have to look at the root of the fires, preventing them in the first place, preparing our communities to be more resilient, and making sure that our forests and our natural landscape can withstand the fires. The LA fires started our fire year off horribly. we haven't had that many more destructive fires since then. We did have other large fires. It's been a very busy year for us. We are on the tail end for us of our fire season, our fire year, but that's what we thought in 2024 as well. And then the January fires happened. And so a bit of the message for the entire globe is to make sure that we're understanding that times are changing and that we have to shift, we have to prepare, we have to make sure that we are building a more resilient, not just California, not just Chile, but a more resilient global effort to combat wildfires. So I thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to being part of the next panel.
Gracias, Daniel, por esa presentación. Le pedimos a Daniel que se quede.
Please stay in your scenario. At least in my case, I have the exercise of everybody is even climate change is attributable to humans. How can we not take charge if it only depends on us? Plus, if we have an exchange of ideas, experiences, which is important, is a cultural change to be able to make not only more resilient, but to have attitudes and to be ever more responsible, to have a better behavior, to be more responsible in the life that we have. We want to also have next panel of conversation where David will be. If you have the manager of Andrés Pedeto, who's a manager of CONAF for fire prevention, firefighting, and for the community convention fires, and also as Ilia Vargas, who is the Department of Community Preparedness for Senapred. Here we have to ask you to come over to participate in the conversation. Thank you for being Ann Molina, who is the co-president of the Chile-California Council, who will moderate the conversation panel. We all have your microphones at hand so that you can. Thank you for sharing your experiences, and to tell this on first-person basis. It is difficult to see on these images that how impact, and I think the first person tells us that this is an important challenge. So I would like to welcome here to Andrés from CONAF, who we were working with all the team, as I said, in this collaboration. Angelina, also thank you for the work that you do with the community. And Elia, thank you for being here from Senapred, who is an institution which has big challenges in order to overarching coordination of all these challenges. So I would like to make a common question to all this panel. The same question from your perspective, from your own perspective. What do you think is the greatest progress, the greatest challenges in terms of in dealing with this type of emergencies that are coming in the next few years? So just to understand in the context what Daniel has just said on what was lived through in Los Angeles, and perhaps the scarce predictability that you can see. How do you see that? Andrés, start with Andrés. Hello to everybody. Thank you to the panel for firefighters who are with us. Thank you for the question. It's a question which is complex, as forest fires, which are more complex, and we have to work for that. But I'd like that it's not 5-10 years. I've not seen this type of joint work. People who don't dedicate their lives and talk about fires, and we talk about people who so brilliant, like 31 minutes. They talk about and we're talking about fires, and we have this rhythm of prevention within in awareness buildings. Chile is making progress. We're making progress in laws that are helping us, supporting us, and that the community makes us work in as an obligation for us to have prevention that institution is organized through the national prevention, and also that we work together with other countries, that the individual work is not working. Fires are not getting one, but every time we work together in prevention, I remember that 10-15 years we've talked about people, and they will say they'll go to California to fight fires. And now we're talking about prevention, mutual work to get to know communities in other countries, and to work such that this coordination is as best as possible. And also, as said, you give your life to this, but you dedicate your lives, but 99% of fires are man-made. So if we leave the intentional fires, which are 30%, we'd have 70% less of years, but we have 7,500 fires anyway. So it's something that we must make progress. We have to work together. The communities must understand that these are fundamental parts of protection. As you protect with assaults, delinquency, we have to protect ourselves with fires, and we're going to work in coordinating institutions to work in Senapred so as to learn, to teach, and to have a quicker response. Thank you, Andres. In progress, awareness building, you highlight that, the community, and to have joint work and coordination, yes. Elia, yes, from Senapred, the Emergency Planning Coordination Committee. Well, to thank the invitation to this panel, I would, regarding advances, the important thing here is the articulation between different players. The awareness building is the term. In order to address emergencies, in order to address disasters such as forest fires, we need many players, not just responsibility of one or two institutions, but rather we all players, actors, protagonists in these tasks. Each one from the area that we are. We have a lot to working with CONAF. We've been making progress in this articulation. We've been developing a strategy that involves different players, public, private. Here we have several players, integrations of these in this table, this work. So I think here we have very important work, but I think we also need to continue making progress along those lines. I think that is also a challenge, that in order to have other players, in order to also to make a relevant the role of the government, local governments, and particularly to continue here these challenges in the work of the prevention, in mitigation, not just in carrying out mitigation works and mitigation tasks, but also in strengthening awareness regarding this issue. We've said here in several opportunities, the Undersecretary said, to prevent is much simpler to fight them, easier than fight in the fire. That is that line where we have to continue working to decrease the amount of fires produced, given for involuntary actions. Apart from the intentionality, we also have to acknowledge that there are actions that are involuntary but generate fires. In order to work in that conscience, that each one of us that are here in their surroundings, we must be able to be an agent, an ambassador of their own communities. Apart from being players from institutions, we're also part of a community, of a city, and we're also part of these players that carry this message. regarding the importance. Sometimes we think, no, that's not going to happen. No, I do that. We're very careful. Very many messages where we convince ourselves that it's not too important. So how do we go from the belief, because in the discourse it is important, how do we go from that discourse to that speech or to that action in the day-to-day aspects? So it is there we have that challenge. We've made a lot of progress in working with communities in each of the institutions and also together jointly. But also we have to continue reinforcing the message, and that is a message, a common message, that also be a message articulated such that to strengthen each of the messages that we arrive with. Thank you lots, Elia. And linking with that, we want to hear Angelina. Angelina has a role from civil society to articulate different community initiatives. And we wanted to make emphasis to this panel in what Daniel has commented, in that there were around 30 people died, and many of these people, because they could not react, they could not evacuate. So the importance of having the community involved, active, prepared. Angelina, tell us, what are the main advances and challenges that you see here? I would say in the last few years there's been progress. As panelists have said, it's been significant in terms of the coordinated work and the collaboration between all the different actors in the territories. This has been in crescendo in the last few years, because every more actors and the communities that live here cannot be removed from this. They are the main players. They are part of this. All the players have to pull together, that are together in these communities, interface communities. There's been a progress, and that this progress also been seen diminished because climate conditions have generated very aggressive conditions, fires. So that we have to give several steps forward. So we must make better progress, because the behavior of the fire is too extreme. And in prevention, which is for us is challenging, is that every people in the territories, that we have the culture of prevention, and prevention from the point of view of what we can do in order that that we have an event, prevented an event from occurring, because not as people, when they don't live the experience, they have preventive culture within the person. Often we have prevention once we've had the event. So we have to find the tools such that people that also have not suffered and hopefully won't suffer an impact such as this, they prepare properly, priorly, and work in prevention that to happen. In general terms, this obeys to the fact that in Chile, perhaps also California, we have a very robust system in fighting and detecting fires, such that 95% of fires that are fought in Chile, the citizen didn't even realize it existed, or how we realized that this overpasses the control limits. And here we're talking about that 2%, which generates the 100% of the damage in the territory, and that is what impacts. However, we have to report our communities, we have to municipalities, what is happening in our surroundings, given the fires that exist, but also dealt with on time and are not visible. So given the extreme climate conditions, there's just one event that we cannot control. With all our responses, that it becomes a catastrophe. So our focus is prevention, fire prevention, such that we all have the culture to prevent, and the conscience, and on the other hand, to be able to prepare us to deal with other aspects. Thank you, Adeline. A common factor that we heard in the reflections of those panelists, it has to do with coordination progress and intersector coordination, and they've all said that there's still space to strengthen that work. So I want to ask Andres from CONAF, from your role, and then I'll go to Elia. Where do you think the spaces are where we can improve intersectoral improvements? And we make this fora, the most of this fora, we have many sectors represented here. Then I'll go to Delia, and then I'll go to Daniel. Thank you for the question. Chile has made progress, but there's lots, as we've said earlier. That is why we're signing protocols. That is why we're signing protocols, CENAPRED, with firefighters, CENAPRED and fighter Corma, but there's still lots. The universities are missing. You have to continue giving emphasis that the people are here without dedicating themselves to the fight. We can have solutions that can help us in support that the fire can be controlled as best as possible, or we can have a monitoring that is much more efficient. We were talking about our colleagues where we have many institutions that work in order to give solutions. Here we have more individualized still. CONAF is the one who dedicates themselves to doing all the fighting duties. Other institutions are on their side, but be able to work on the synergy and to make all the institutions, that everybody that we can bring together that can contribute to the prevention, to the mitigation and the fighting of fires, how they could relate, and also to be thinking of fires and be able to provide to the country, to the community, to inhabitants a solution which is going to be to detect, as said, to monitor, also very important, to fight, control and extinguish fires. Elia, how do you see that from CENAPRED, given the opportunities for improvements or to continue improving on coordination? Also pain points that you may have. Well, as I said, undoubtedly we have made lots of progress. Without going further, all the work that is even done on institutions in terms of protocols would mean to get together and to talk and to look at the differences and try to look for agreements, how to better make progress. There's work to be done there, has been carried out, but which is very important. But there's still missing some work to be done. We're all going to the pain points also. The need to strengthen the work which is from the local sphere, from the government itself, the municipalities with their communities. We're working with different associations of municipalities because there's an acknowledgement given the relevance of that role, but also to know that there's issues that are complex in terms of resources that affect them. There are lots of diversity, so there's a work that has to be done which is permanent, whereby the support with other institutions, with various players, because at the end of the day a fire happens in a territory, and here we have these challenges. Communities that live here, they are the first that are there to deal with the situation, and then we articulate and we start working with other players. And that's why it's so important to strengthen that type of work, from the preparation, from the planning, also the plans of requirements, which say how our response is going to be, but also the plans regarding dealing with risk reduction that work towards in the local governments, as from where there we link look. We try to have a vision as to reduce the risk disasters and to mitigate disasters and to identify areas where are more exposed to that risk. Here we see an area where we have to continue working and looking after all the intersectoral work that we've carried out, which is not only that we appropriate now, today is good, but just see how all this reacts in the following period, what we can see from that, what we can improve on that. Also, it's a process, continuous improvement process, lest we forget about that. Thank you very much, Elia. And what you're commenting on how to coordinate with communities, with regional governments, with local governments. We had in the technical teams yesterday, Daniel said that the exercise, the work that you do with the different areas with which you interact, federal, having local communities. So Daniel, I wanted to ask, could you comment and complement on your reflections of how they're doing it in California? What are the challenges that you're dealing with, and what reflection would you say that you can continue strengthening that work, and that could permeate from the public policy to the concrete action on which is tasked by people in the territory themselves, and they follow the same guidelines, but they're not in the day-to-day in public policy. They're rather they're in the.
It's okay.
It's just a longer translation. I would say the biggest challenge is the fact that there's not one simple answer. There's not one solution. One of the challenges that we face, and it's similar to what was just said, is while wildfires are very synonymous with California, right? There's lots of movies out there that show California on fire in the summer months, and fire again is always been a part of our state well before European civilization. Most Californians don't think that a wildfire is going to impact them. And it's crazy, even in Los Angeles, 10 months after the fires, we're fighting with communities over preparation work because they say it's not going to happen to us. That just happened that one time. And so really trying to educate the public to do their part, whether it be prevention or whether it be preparedness work, is really critical. Now, our legislature over the last decade has set a lot of new laws related to wildfires. We are very much regulating our utility companies to make sure that they are safe. We're very much making it easier for prescribed fire on the ground. We have very stringent environmental laws that work to eliminate smoke in the air for air quality. And so prescribed fire challenges that. But through legislation, we've done a lot of work to make it easier to do prescribed fire. A lot of legislation related to prevention. After some of the major wildfires in California, the legislature looked at our department and said, you're really good at responding to fires, and we're going to give you more equipment, but you're not doing enough in prevention. And they actually talked about taking prevention and moving it out of our department and putting it somewhere else. And they established an entire new unit that my team oversees that is solely focused on prevention all year round. But the strength in our organization, and I didn't mention this, but at CAL FIRE, we have right now about 13,000 firefighters and employees. The strength in our department is the cross-training. All of our firefighters, of course, respond to fires, but all of our firefighters do prevention work, whether it's fuel reduction, homeowner education, helping homeowners inspect their homes to take proper steps. And so a lot of policies have changed to increase that focus on prevention. But I come back to the challenge are the people. Not the people in this room. You all obviously care about wildfires because you are here, but it's, again, motivating residents to understand that when they go out into the forested land or into the national park, that they're taking steps to not spark a fire. That for residents who live anywhere near, even several kilometers away from an open area that could be prone to a wildfire, that they're taking steps to prepare their home themselves. So mobilizing the community to do work is a continuous challenge for all of us.
Gracias, Daniel. Y mira, voy a dejar el...
The issue of prevention, I would like to come back to that, but to highlight from the experience that we've seen that CAL FIRE has an important role in communicational aspects to the community So if you follow social media, Daniel is a speaker of CAL FIRE. So Daniel, I wanted to ask you, how do you address these communicational matters? How do you articulate with the rest of the institutions with which you work, given the understanding that providing a message, a clear message, robust message, and which calls to attention to people is fundamental, not only in prevention, but also when you deal with an emergency?
You know, most corporations do this very well. They have a specific message and they say it over and over and over and over and over. But a challenge that we have in California, and the same challenge you have, is you have lots of partners in this room from different organizations. And the message may have the foundation that's the same, but it's a little different. The mascot is different. And so while you think the theme is the same, because everybody's message is just slightly different, it really makes it hard for the customer, in this case, the community that we serve, to understand that message and then to get the behavior change. So in California, we've worked very hard to say, okay, Los Angeles Fire Department, you want to have your own branding and message, and we want to have our own, and our federal agencies and our equivalent of Senate-Pred, everybody wants to do their thing, but for us to truly get the behavior change that we're trying to get in our community, we have to say the same thing. During emergencies, it's the same way. If each organization says, to get updates from my organization, you need to sign up for alerts from us. But if I'm traveling into a different area of the state, or if I'm not signed up for yours, but I'm signed up for yours, you lose out on again, the connection point with the community. And so for us, it's a hard one. We have 39 million people, but we believe that it starts well ahead of the fire, building that connection. It can be through social media, it can be through applications, it can be through websites, but then unifying the message to be the same. One of the challenges that we've had in the LA fires and some of the other fires is in evacuations. Is an evacuation, we know it means the same thing, but if the wording is different, that may completely change for the public what it means. What's the difference between an evacuation warning and an evacuation order? Small changes in words make a lot of difference. And so unifying the message, unifying the agencies are all critical to getting the behavior change. And again, corporations do this very well. They know how to have a consistent brand and a consistent message. For us, in government, we have a harder time with that, but that is what we have to focus on.
Gracias, Daniel. Sí, y efectivamente en un contexto.
Daniel, in a context that we all receive very many messages, very many continuous different messages, to have a unique story that impacts us, that say this is the moment to act, to do something, is important. Angelina, in the work that you do in the communities, different organizations within civil society, do you have any reflections in terms of communications, articulations, in spaces of reflection? Yes, community spaces. In Los Rios region, we have a diversity of communities who have situations. Each one is different. So it's very important to focus on the realities of each of the communities and the integration of that community with the players of that territory, which allows us to work on that surrounding and that they have. And also the same happens with preparations for the emergency, where you have clearly identified the places where you have transit spaces and evacuation routes in order to work in that. And based on our work, what concerns us on communities and the public policies that we have to do is the growth of that we're having the population in rural areas, in rural homes. That's our concern, because these people are going to go and live without having prevention culture in the use of tools, in the building of the homes, in the closeness to the forests. So our greatest concern is based on that group of situations, and we want to emphasize that all our communications as a function of prevention along those lines, because that is where we will have fires which are negligent and caused due to negligence and avoidable. And for that to happen, we need to see the place. People who are not living there in certain cases, and perhaps they have a second home, so they're not permanently there. So the communication is more difficult. So we have to look for the means to educate, and also everything to do with education from the infancy. We need at country level to be within the educational calendar, educational program for the children, to have awareness building activities in the school, and to have some and also to have some kind of regulation for these plots of land that are being houses built amongst the vegetation. Now we're coming to an end to the panel. I don't want to incur on the space of technology, but just to have a final prevention. Andres, I wanted to ask you, from your perspective, the greatest challenge in terms of prevention, in terms of that you have here on the same in the same of fighting, but prevention, in area of prevention, how to improve, thinking that we're about to have a new political cycle where new authorities changing in the political teams. Where would you prove the accent in this sphere? Well, this is a system. The system doesn't work if an important pillar of the system is prevention. So we have to understand it as such, and that is what we're working on. Chile has said is pioneer, perhaps in Latin America, in fighting forest fires. From that aspect is one, and we have to work therefore on the other pillars, and these are prevention, independent of what changes or who governs us. Communities are going to be at risk, and communities and inhabitants therein are important aspects. Those are the ones who must convince and who we must reflect. And Daniel, as Daniel said, we make them proactive, resilient, and evacuate and understand what it is that we're telling them. From our point of view, I had a very good evacuation for tsunami of a earthquake that we had in Russia. That was people evacuated. That example, places that are clearly here we have clearly more fires than tsunamis, but in Chile we have, with so many disasters, so many emergencies, is capable as compared to the short term to understand that forest fires are important, to understand that why I have a DAISY operation, a set operation you have, and when I have every 10-15 years, but we don't know what to do, what happens with forest fires, which happens almost every year, and 4% of fires are complex, but we have every year we have complex fires, and as you said, every time there's going to be more complex fires. I was hearing a documentary in the US that we beat the record of fires and heat up until the next year, where we'll beat the record again. Each year on, we beat the record. So up to when do we put stop the bucket, so such that we understand where the problem is, to be proactive and understand that if it has an evacuation or is part of the decision that we have to take, to look after my family. Thank you, Andres and Elia and Angelina. If we were to think of leaving a message in this space in terms of public policy, in terms of prevention, to the authorities that are here, what would you say? Well, the only message is, as said, first, to be prepared. Prevent is everyone's task. Prevention is everyone's task. That's part of our message as Senapred, permanent. When we're working in prevention of an emergency, I was talking earlier, we address multiple threats, not just the one. So the focus today continues being in the prevention, in the preparation, and it is there that we have to continue, as said, putting up tokens in that area. That is where we have to continue reinforcing management, continue reinforcing, supporting all public aspects and the work and with the different players to the system, the notion of systems where everybody will have responsibilities in managing and preparation. Thank you, Elia. We have to care for what we have to care for what we want, what we love, and for public policies we have to have many more communities to have them protected, prepared for the different challenges. The community prevention scheme has 520 communities. We've had more than 5,000 communities. The interface areas, so there's a long work to be done yet, and we need to work from the territories with the neighbors. Thank you, Angelina. And final reflection from Danielle. Based on your experience on what happened in Los Angeles, what reflections would you leave for us?
Even though we've been fighting fires for decades, there was more coordination that was needed. One of the challenges was that fire started in the city of Los Angeles, and as they have now published an after action that has identified things that can be worked on, coordination is critical. Evacuation notices was a challenge. This challenge of not just who did they evacuate, but over alerting people created evacuation fatigue. People thought we've been evacuated, we've gotten a notice before and nothing happened. And so fire fatigue is a challenge of how do we not over message things like evacuations. But coordination, community planning and preparedness. Again, the homes that are built to today's standards can resist fires. I didn't mention this, but most of the homes in Pacific Palisades and in Altadena that burned as well were built in the 1940s to the 1960s. How do we retrofit those homes? How do we do construction upgrades to those homes that were built well before our code? So community hardening, coordination, evacuation notices, just a few of the 100+ items that the City of Los Angeles, the County of Los Angeles, and our own teams have identified after that incident. Again, we have been doing this for 100 years in California, but we learn from each fire. And so now our challenge is to take the LA fires, to learn from those challenges and those successes and implement into the future.
Muchas gracias, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. So good to have the opportunity to reflect upon that, as I said, from the first hand. Thank you for being with us. Hope that this is que sea una temporada que es tranquila. Vamos a have some coffee now. Thank you for our panelists. We have a break now in the coffee delicious things that we have there.
¿Les parece si nos juntamos a las 11:05 para tratar de ajustarnos lo más posible al tiempo de poder terminar en hora? Así que nos esperamos a las 11:05 a la vuelta. Muchas gracias. Bien, me parece que ya estamos todos. Muy bien. Espero que hayan podido disfrutar también del coffee. ¿Comieron rico? Bueno.
From data to decision, here we have the new issues, how we address technology and data, and how we transform, how we can prevent fires. And I want to stop here how not only how Chile and California can lead the capacity to have fighting fires, but how can we champion fire prevention? Fires, CAL-FIRE, CONAF. The best job of you is not to do your job, not to have too much work. When hopefully I have a lot of work, people say, but hopefully firefighters, CAL-FIRE who have these matters don't never have to fight fires. That's the news. That's the situation we want to reach. So when we have this conversation panel, Christopher Anthony, he's Executive Director of Fireworks and retired Director of CAL-FIRE, and Nathan Beverly, who's Assistant Director of CAL-FIRE, so that will give us a first approximation, and then after that we'll open the conversation panel.
Well, I'm glad to be up here in front of you all again. First of all, I want to start off by saying thank you so much to the Chile-California Council again for having us for the second year in a row. Tati, you've been amazing for us, and just really appreciate bringing all of us together. Like I said earlier, and you're going to hear more in my speech today, of we can't do this alone. Not California, not Chile, not the Bomberos de Chile, not the Bomberos in California, or even the world. It will take all of us together, and our philanthropic partners, and our educators, and our private entities too. So I really appreciate the time, and thank you all for taking your time out of your day to come listen to us, and all of you online as well. Thank you for taking that time as well. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and get started. Again, my name is Nate Barkley, Assistant Deputy Director of Fire Protection Operations for CAL FIRE. I have incredible teams that work under me and with me, so it is an incredible privilege to stand up with you and with Chris Anthony, our retired Chief Deputy as well. So I'll kick it off first and then be overshadowed by Chris, I hope, which I'm not surprised if I will be. But I appreciate standing up here with him too. What platform? So I'm going to do a little bit of a deep dive. I actually changed up my speech while we were sitting here this morning, so bear with me. But I really wanted to get into the weeds and do a deep dive on what technology CAL FIRE uses. But not just CAL FIRE, a lot of our partners use the same technology. And why do we use a technology? And you'll see the technology we use isn't just for me. It's not for Daniel. It's for the boots on the ground as well, and the communities that we serve. So you'll see that the technology isn't just, it's a multifaceted technology that we can use on multiple levels throughout our department and in our community. So let's see if this plays right. It is not playing. All right. Well, we're going to run with it. I don't have a cool video like Chief Brillant did, apparently, but it's one of these, just an example of some of the technology companies that we use, some applications that are around there, and what platforms and why. It takes multiple platforms and multiple technologies nowadays to get us the information we need. But it's not just technology, it's science and academia that pulls into a lot of these technological applications and programs that we use in CAL FIRE and throughout California. So, and I'll expand on that a little bit later, but again, this is just a small suite of the applications that we use and the partners that we work with. One of those is in collaboration, hey, that video is working. One of those is in collaboration with our California Office of Emergency Services. After many, many fires, we came together and have a group called the WFTIC, the Wildfire Wildfire Forecast Threat Integration Center. I'll leave it at that, and we affectionately call it WFTIC. So we need to rename it, I think, because it's a very hard name. But together we have a myriad of products. One of those products are TechnoSilva, and part of TechnoSilva you'll see is some of these daily briefings that we get. You'll see one right up top, right there. That comes out every day, and it uses science to give us as leaders in our departments, in our programs, to truly show the forecast for the day and the threat around the state. Well, what that does, too, with our partners in the room, with the utility companies, with our National Weather Service, again, with our Cal OES partners, in our military department, it gets us all together to talk about the threat for the day. And again, operationalize where we as fire service leaders in California, not just CAL FIRE, but all of our departments in California, where we need to mobilize and essentially pre-stage our resources before the fires ever happen. So again, you'll see right up there, those darker colors of red are high threat levels, and it gives a prediction of how many acres or hectares could potentially burn that day. Now, it's not just based on wind, and it's not based just on weather. There's a bunch more science to it, and you'll see this prediction model right here. Through all of those things, you'll see some wind variables that is scaled to a 3D level. So it takes in topography with those winds, adds a science to it, but it also brings in fuel moistures with topography, with the fuels, and we've actually advanced it lately to add ground soil moistures to all that data, because we know where the fuels come from. They need the water in the ground. So that helps us with that forecasting of fuels later down the road. So during our winter months, or what we know as our winter months, we can monitor that ground soil moisture and predict the growth of those fuels for the coming summer. So again, it's really bringing the science and academia into technology and allowing us to use that for fire forecasting. On top of that, again, another TechnoSilva product that we partner with, same model, it's a little bit different. So most of our fires throughout the state get a prediction model right off the bat. So whenever we get a fire reported, we'll throw it into this, it does a run for us, and then gives us a threat briefing for us to use, again, internally, locally, but also on the state level to move resources around to know where and, again, whose land is it on, what is the prediction, and then it gives us a prediction if there was no bomberos to take any action, what that fire is going to look like should it not have any action. So again, bring in the science, the wind, the fuels, the topography, and all of that together gives us an educated operational decision point so we can be more functional. Another partner that we utilize, Alert California. They're our AI cameras. I think we talked about them last year when we were all with you, and I'm sure you've seen most of them. This is the Eaton Fire off of one of those cameras. They are AI, artificial intelligence enabled. So we have more than 1,200 cameras throughout 717 sites throughout the state. And those are constantly spinning and using AI, as we've had AI enabled in those for many years now. It's self-learning, and it's become more and more reliable to the point last month we actually had 3 detections for large fires just last month that had no phone call ever reported. The AI camera actually alerted us. We never had a phone call from it, and we made the response off of that. I'll add to this, though, there's still a human in the loop. So there still needs to be a human in the loop to verify this with AI and the technology that it's, again, learning. But you'll see as multiple cameras turn, one alerts, they will turn, and then do an analysis on the smoke, alert us, and that's when the human interaction goes, and we can dispatch off of that. As we know, early response and the quicker we can get to a fire to keep it small helps us all. And then we've got our remote sensing within CAL FIRE. It's actually a fixed wing aircraft with a bunch of sensors on the bottom. So it's got cameras and a bunch of other sensors. Some of those products that we use to get real-time data from going incidents, that again is not just for decision makers, it's for the boots on the ground too. So as an incident commander or a firefighter on the ground, I get these products, we say it comes off the wing. So as the plane is overhead, that product is getting off the wing through satellite technology right to my iPad in the door or in my vehicle to me. But it's also coming to us as decision makers at a higher level to see the potential, the spread potentials, the communities at risk, so we can help preempt and make those decisions and get the resources needed. So another piece of that, it takes a lot of IR data. Off there, you'll see the red spots and gives us areas of higher activity. But also, as the fire calms down, it gives us heat points to go address as well. So we keep that fire contained and it doesn't leave again. So again, multiple levels, lots of science and academia into these products. But again, it gives us a better, more encompassing thought process to make better decisions. This also is one of those cameras on the bottom of our Intel ship that we call it. You'll see, so this past summer was one of the times we actually just used this technology. We did an overlay. So you can overlay road and trails onto it with the past fire perimeter. So you on the ground, or our firefighters on the ground, have a real life, different perspective of the incident that they're actually on. So you'll see the original fire perimeter in red and where the fire has grown. They'll zoom in here shortly on some structures that you'll get a better perspective of. The other thing that's coming to this is it's gonna overlay, as we build our incident out, it will overlay different operational objectives, or what we call our operational map. So as firefighters are coming into this incident, they may be driving for an hour, they may be driving 10 minutes, but if this aircraft is up, they'll get notified on their iPad and get a real-life briefing of the incident before they ever get there. But again, it also gets us information and helps us with strategizing on where those heat points are, and also any pre-planned evacuations that we need to work on. So again, it's that full encompassing view of the incident itself that we use on multiple areas, again for us, but also notifying the public and doing our best to get those pre-evacuation warnings out. That was just a couple. It was quick. But where I want to leave in, we've worked from some of those ground resources, we've worked into the sky. The question is, where are we going to go next? We're going to space. So with our partners at the Earth Fire Alliance and multiple other partners, that's the area that we have to go. And we continue to, we as a fire service and we as a community, a worldwide community in the wildfire space, as we heard earlier, this is absolutely solvable. This problem is a human-caused problem 99% of the time around the globe. And we can use science and academia to incorporate us as firefighters. I will say this, though. We have to change our mindset for us that are boots on the ground and adopt this technology and put it to use and work out with academia and philanthropic organizations to come together to find these solutions and have an open mind. Again, the first time I heard we're going to space and we're going to have satellites give us detection, it kind of blew me away. Like, what are they? Are we going to drop water from space? How are we going to do this? So again, it's going to give that over-encompassing picture. It's going to give us early fire detection with those cameras. It's going to give us real-time fire perimeters so we can make the best decisions for the communities that we serve. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Thank you, Nate. Good morning. My name is Chris Anthony, and I'd like to start just by expressing my deep gratitude to Tatiana and Valentina with the Chile-California Council for hosting us, to CONAF, and to Senefred for yesterday for hosting us as well. It's really been wonderful to be here to learn from you and the work that you're all doing, and to make sure that we have this really long and durable partnership and relationship with Chile, between California and Chile, because ultimately we do face the same challenges that are ahead of us. What I would like to do in about the next 10 minutes or so is talk about how do we connect innovation and technology to the work that we do in a much more deliberate manner. And so what I'm going to talk about is a philanthropic strategy that is currently being stood up and supported by the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation and some other funders as well. You know, there's a lot of technology and innovation that's coming to our space, but how do we connect to that? So we're seeing a massive increase in the size, severity, and the destruction of wildfires, not only in California, but globally. And that's expected to continue. Governments are spending records amount on their fire response and recovery efforts. In California, the Palisades and the Eaton fire are likely going to be some of the most costly insured losses that we've ever seen in the nation. And then the other thing that we're seeing with the size and the scale of the wildfires is that it's no longer just impacting our landscapes and our forest lands, but it's impacting our communities in a way that we've never seen before. And it is actually becoming a humanitarian crisis that we need to address as well, in addition to all of the ecosystem impacts that we're seeing as well. Chief Berlant mentioned this earlier. We really have to think differently about not only wildfire, but also urban fire, because the complexity of fire, whether it's wildfire or urban fire, is outpacing our ability to address it. But yet, I firmly believe that this fire and wildfire crisis that we're facing is solvable. There are a number of technologies that are coming into our space right now. Everything from low Earth orbit satellites that you'll hear from Brian Collins with Earth Fire Alliance. We have intelligence aircraft that are able to rapidly get us information on a fire. We have autonomous aircraft that are starting to come into our space to try to understand how they can work with other aviation assets. Chief Barkley mentioned the AI-enabled cameras, which I know that are deployed here in Chile as well, and the intelligence centers that are coming online to bring all of this information together. And so why do we need an innovation strategy right now? And I would argue that right now we have, between academia, philanthropic funding, venture capital, and private equity, we have more funding and more resources and more technologists coming into our space than ever before. And it is really incumbent upon us as fire agencies and as emergency response agencies to harness that talent. We have a short window to do that. And the types of technologies that are coming into our space, some of it we've never seen before. So how do we work more closely with our technologists to make sure that the technology and the innovation that's being developed connects with the end user, which in this case would be the firefighter. It could be the land manager. It could be the emergency manager as well. So we have this valley of death. And there are a number of reasons right now why we're having challenges connecting the technology that's coming in very rapidly to the end user. And I'll just touch on some of these. One is our culture. Up until now, we've really had to develop a lot of our own technologies and our own innovations. And we're seeing a flood of innovators coming in to help solve the problem that we have. So there are cultural differences between a technologist and a firefighter. So how do we address that? Fragmentation. We have a lot of fragmentation, not only between local, state, federal, international agencies, but we also see a lot of fragmentation even in who is being funded to do different types of technology innovation. So how do we defragment that culture? There's a lack of co-development. We need to create pathways for firefighters and bomberos to be able to actively engage with the technologists very early on in the development of these technologies. That ensures success versus a technology being developed outside of the expertise of those in this room, and then that technology comes in, and it makes it much more difficult to adopt and deploy. We also have an absence of evaluation standards. So we actually have no standardized framework for how we evaluate and test technology. So as an example, if CAL FIRE is going to be testing a technology, the measurement that they use should be something that's adopted by all of the fire agencies, so that company doesn't have to go to every single fire agency to pilot and test their technologies. We also have slow procurement cycles. So as you know, the pace of innovation does not move at the pace of government. And so how do you move technology faster through a procurement process based on its success within smaller pilots to move it faster. We also don't have any dedicated test beds. So as an example, we need, as a fire service community, dedicated places where we can test and evaluate and pilot technologies. And then we don't have the pilot to scale transition pathways in place, which I'll talk a little bit more in a minute as well. So, Fireworks is this greater vision of accelerating innovation by uniting partners, local, state, federal, international, de-risking solutions, and empowering the firefighter to end catastrophic wildfire impacts. So a strategy is important because it changes the conversation or the paradigm in terms of how we connect with innovation and technology. And ultimately, if we have a strategy in place, we will accelerate the development, the deployment, and the adoption of fire tech and these solutions. We will bridge the gap between innovation and implementation, and we will start de-risking this idea of emerging technology. Because as public agencies, it's really hard to spend public dollars on something that you're de-risking. Generally, you're going to spend public dollars on something that is proven. The risk with that, though, is oftentimes you end up with staying with legacy technologies instead of the technologies that are coming online that actually could be really catalytic. So, what I wanted to mention here is when it comes to innovation and technology, I want everyone in this room to see themselves in this strategy. So this is not just a suppression strategy. Although early fire detection and fast fire suppression are absolutely critical because it buys us time to get those ecosystem and community risk reduction activities in place before the next fire hits. Ultimately, when it comes to innovation and technology, we need to have innovation and technology in early detection, in fast fire suppression, in community risk reduction activities, in our ecosystem and landscape scale resiliency, forest health activities, and then also ignition reduction. And ignition reduction is not just utility companies. Ignition reduction is any type of ignition, because again, as Chief Barkley mentioned, if we never have the ignition in the first place, we don't have the fire. But if work is not happening in the communities and work is not happening in the landscapes to make them more resilient, then we're actually not solving the problem. In fact, the problem just will continue to get worse. But I believe that there is a role for innovation in all of these spaces. So this is kind of how we envision this strategy being deployed. Fireworks is actually a nonprofit organization supported by philanthropic dollars. And we have partners, what we call fire innovation units, at local, state, federal, and also at international levels. And so as part of the development of the strategy and some of the interviews that I was doing, Cal Fire thankfully offered to be the first fire innovation unit at the state level. And that was really meaningful and powerful to know that we had our first state partner. And we're also, would love to work with Chile as an international partner. I think there's a lot that we can actually learn from each other in terms of technology transfer. And then we have the fire innovation ecosystem, which is academia, nonprofits, entrepreneurs, and the private sector. But ultimately, where the work happens is in the pilot to scale pathways. So where we have sandboxes or test beds to be able to test and deploy these technologies, where we have grant programs to be able to work directly with technologists to address end user or firefighter defined problems that we have identified as an area for innovation or technology to help us solve. And also direct funding opportunities, accelerators with universities. I'm much more familiar with the legislative landscape in California than I am here, but I imagine when it comes to policy and procurement, it's probably applies to many places around the globe in terms of accelerating technology and innovation through our procurement pathways. And then the partnerships, like none of this works without partnerships. So this is what it looks like between Fireworks and CAL FIRE as a fire innovation unit. Fireworks is there to support the success of the fire innovation units because those really are the tactical arms of this strategy. And ultimately to de-risk this big idea of how we create and structure a framework and an apparatus around technology innovation, deployment, and ultimately scaling it to solve the wildfire crisis that we're currently facing. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for the time and opportunity to be able to talk to you about this strategy. And myself, Chief Barkley, Chief Berlant, happy to talk with you about it afterward as well. So thank you.
Muchas gracias, Chris. También a Nathan. Quiero pedir, gracias, thank you so much. Quiero pedir a Nathan que se quede, por favor.
Hey, please, to share the next conversation panel, and also ask Brian Collins, the Executive Director of Empire Alliance, who is a global coalition who develops technologies based on the users such that more accessible for, and also if you come here, thank you, Brian. Andrew Kahn, Seneca is part of Defense Against Fires, combines autonomous drones, advanced sensors and AI to detect and suppress fires before they propagate. Welcome, Andrew. Also, Cristóbal Lea Plaza, head of Google's. They're using their technology for visualization, which in practice makes the much easier to take decisions which are agile and precise, given fires and communities. Thank you, Cristóbal. Also, Jorge Saavedra, Head of Department of Development and Innovation from CONAF. If Jorge, if you could come forward. Victor Codocedo, who is Institute of ITREND. They are part of integrate the capacity of different sectors to incorporate science and technology to a more resilient countries. Who moderate is Victoria Hurtado. She's counselor from the Chile-California Council and lawyer from the University of Chile, masters in public administration from Harvard, and linked to California as under director for Latin American Studies in UC Berkeley. Thank you for participating. Thank you for the Chile-California Council for this opportunity. And Chileans have a great admiration for technology developed in California. Plus, we share the issue of having suffered forest fires with very many difficulties and challenges arising therein. We have tremendous panelists here, but what we don't have is time. So, given the urgency of people who think when there's a fire amidst us, we would like to, for each of us to destine some time, 5 minutes, something like that, 3 minutes in this first round, to you to tell us what is the main challenges that we as Chileans are addressing next fire season, with very many desires to learn from the California experience, with very many desires to learn what our institutions are doing in terms of innovation, what are the urgencies, and please, if you could tell us from a firefighting standpoint, what are the urgencies that we must face? We start with Nathan, please.
Thank you very much for that question. Well, I'll start off with saying, I'll start off with saying, I don't know the Chilean perspective, but I'll say this: that's our agreement, and that's our partnership with CONAF, is really learning what those importances are and working together to prioritize those importances that works for Chile. and what works for California. Because that collaboration in Bomberos and Senapred, we can work together to figure out what those priorities are, because there's so many things.
Yes.
There's so many things in this space that I think we could all prioritize. It's really what truly is that priority that works for all of us. Wildfire is global, but there's a lot of differences in our communities. That may be a priority for you, but maybe a different priority for us. So again, that collaboration, and I would say even this, maybe it's something that's a priority for you that we never looked at. That's what we're looking at for that international collaboration, truly as a department, to find those answers.
Interesting. So maybe CONAF and innovation in CONAF, ¿nos podrías contar?
Maybe you can tell us, CONAF, and what do you think is a cultural thing, Chilean thing, which is important when addressing fires, forest fires, which would be important to put on the table when we're talking about technology in order to deal with these situations? Well, thank you for the invitation. The first is that we kind of feel bad of what there is present in our country. We've developed very many things by ourselves, and I think that has helped giving us results in time, in giving what we'd acquired, sometimes which are 100% paid, others are free, but there is an institution, professionals that can carry out, develop tools and given different specialities, studies and developments, that tools in pro of the community. That's the first thing. There's a lot of things in common. There's challenges which are common for the interface area, very different. Santa Ana wind is just similar to the Puelcho wind. They have many, many things than we have, hectares than we have, but we have issues studying this difference. Amsterdam, for example, we have a training on how brutal cumulus produces brutal advances in the fire. Jane Font, like in the film Twister, we have sonda radio waves in the head of the fire, sending for how this affects the fires, because the two-dimension models are not enough. There's not enough given the situations, and it's the issue which is something totally new, which is not in the equation. It's generating a lot of damage, but here we're also generating that. Also, we have to feel proud and not look with envy or anything. Just like Nathan said, we have to collaborate, because these are different realities, different things that we can get and work together. We have very, very many things in common, like CONAF in California, with the people who come here, area. We've had aerial overviews, written reports, and the challenges is there. It's how to continue. It's very important to make the most of this change for us as CONEF, to be a service, and as a service to prolong that in time, because in the end it's an area that makes need to promote and not to have changes all the time. That's important. Lastly, the issues of, as presented by very well by the gentleman here, is to work with practitioners. When somebody develops someone and it's not worked with the people on terrain, that application is not going to go anywhere. That is very important. Meteorologists, we're working with them, with the firefighters, and they're not doing it with themselves on their own. They're going to the field with the firefighters to take measurements and to see how climate interacts with the fires. Thank you for the integration of all players in the community and the advances they are making from Chile. What is urgent vision that you want to transfer in this time, Brian?
Sure, thank you. I really wanted to talk a little very quickly what Nate and Jorge just talked about, which is the fact that wildland fires are a global problem that we see, but we address them locally. So all wildland fires starts as a local issue and then moves from there. And so that's an interesting thought when you think about how do you apply technology to the wildfire problem, because there are global issues, but they're all start and are solved locally as you move up. So the experience of a firefighter in Chile is very similar to a CAL FIRE firefighter, but the terrain is a little bit different, your culture is different, your community is different, and you have to blend those together. From our organization, and I represent a nonprofit called the Earth Fire Alliance, and our mission is to provide transformative data to change and improve our resilience to wildland fire on a global scale. And you think back, like, how do you start that? We started that by a series of studies, with our partners of Google Research and Google.org, several philanthropies, the Environmental Defense Fund, and over 200 workshops across the globe with firefighters, land managers, fire science, and climate science across the planet. And that group came together and said, yes, we need to do something, but with the funding we have, which is rather substantial, that everybody had to step back and say, where would you attack the global problem first? And where we decided, not we, that group, you, the practitioners decided, was to understand and get a better understanding of the activities of wildfire across the planet. The data was the first place to start. And so Earth Fire Alliance, that our mandate is we are putting up satellites that are global satellites, like the weather satellites we have, specifically focused on wildland fire on a global scale to give you and the whole the world a view of wildland fire you've never seen before. Because if we understand and have a common baseline of our view of wildland fire, then we're informed to make better decisions and build better technology because we have a better view of wildland fire. And that key is an interesting thing because data then becomes our communications mechanism so that we can communicate to each other and to the public and to our policymakers and globally of what is happening on this planet with wildland fire and where are there points we can intervene. So Earth Fire Alliance, I view us as we are stewards for you, which is to provide data to you to help you make a better decision. And that decision is a geographically local decision. So the data we provide to CAL FIRE in our partnership enables CAL FIRE to make the decisions with their force structure, their personnel, and their apparatus. It enables Chile and CONAF to make decisions that are appropriate to Chile. It enables Portugal to make a decision based on how they operate. It enables Indonesia to make decisions about wildland fire in Indonesia, which, if you think, is not a response. They're not a response agency. They don't have the apparatus, but they have the health impacts. Africa is the same way. Not a lot of response apparatus, but from a climate perspective, the wildland fires in Africa have the biggest impact to us across the entire planet. And so our job is to give data to each of those communities so that you can make better decisions. And so for us, that was how we came to where we were. Is the problem for us was a lack of a global understanding of wildland fire.
Y estos satélites que ustedes manejan, those satellites that you have there, having data.
Estos satélites que tiene, ¿qué frecuencia está mostrando datos relacionados? Buena pregunta.
First satellite is up. The next 3 go up next year. And those satellites are right now, the first one is a test satellite, fully functional. We see the average across the globe is 12 hours. When we launch next year, the next series of satellites will fly over and have 30 seconds between them. So they'll see every fire one time, 30 seconds later another time, 30 seconds later another time, then the Earth whips around underneath, and on an average about 9 hours later we do it again. And then the next year we launch our next block of satellites as we march towards 1 hour, every point on the planet every hour. And then the next several years we continue to launch, and we will see every fire every 20 minutes on the planet.
All over the planet.
All over the planet. And the fire size, this is an interesting perspective, we detect and monitor, so we don't just find a fire, we can tell you the intensity of the fire and its impact on the landscape at a classroom size. So 5 meters by 5 meters, very small grass fire. For those who we fight fire, grass fires do not produce a lot of energy. So we can pick up a 5 meter by 5 meter grass fire and provide that on a global scale.
Wow.
Now I'll tee it up for Cristobal.
Yeah.
We are going to create so much data that we need partners from the technology community and folks like AI and Google to help us find unique ways to process all that data, to apply it to every single geography across the planet. So again, really interesting problem. We wanted to be part of the solution. I would argue we're going to create a little bit of a problem for you because we're going to give you a lot of data for you to apply in your region.
Thank you. Andrew. Andrew tiene...
Andrew has developed all these drones that attack forest fires. They self-drive, and they attack in a very efficient manner. So not all the rest, they're with water, 10 gallons of water each. So it's a type of mosquito network that you can see to all that. So tell us, this development that you've done, which I understand you've done it recently, you've been doing 1 year working on this. What's the learnings that you have, or what would you like to have here? What idea do you have in terms of the drones, in terms of attacking?
Thank you. We started Seneca, my company, just about 1.5 years ago, and just announced ourselves to the public about a week ago. So we're very new, kind of in the world. We spend a lot of time, first and foremost, with firefighters out in the field. It's been discussed that it's important that technologists, innovators, work very closely with firefighters so they avoid that valley of death that Chris showed earlier. And we learned a lot. For instance, today, I don't know if anyone in this room, their agency operates drones, but it's fairly labor intensive. You need one person can operate one drone, and you need a lot of training, and you need to be there and drive it yourself. We learned very quickly that we needed if drones are going to attack fire, provide an initial attack, one person should be able to take an iPad and tap it and have a swarm of drones go and find the fire with sensors and provide that initial attack within minutes. In California, like in Chile, fires often start in dangerous places for our people to go up and go get to. It might take hours before we can actually get resources to a fire start. Drones are fairly capable. Drones won't put anyone's life at risk, right? We can use this technology in particular cases where attacking that fire might otherwise be unsafe, inefficient, or impossible for our own people who risk their lives every day to go attack. And so it was interesting just to learn operationally the challenges around needing someone on the fire ground to manage these devices. Eventually, we'll work with Earth Fire Alliance and others such that probably in the next under 5 years, satellites will detect fires, which then trigger a drone response automatically to go fight that fire, and then live stream that video to CONAF, to CAL FIRE, so that they can understand what other resources they might need beyond the drones to continue to fight that fire. So we've learned a lot. We have a lot more to learn. And over the next year, we're going to be partnering with fire departments in the US and the world to actually put these drones to the test before we do things for real next fire season. So it's a little
Muchas
bit about
gracias, Andrew. Y además estos drones pueden...
Also, these drones can work at night. So Cristobal, he's saying the drones work at night. Mr. Cristobal, your Google man here, how is Google looking at this? How apparently they're working on data, you're working on data in order to deal with these types of problems and the public-private collaboration that you are working in. Thank you, Victoria. I wanted to thank the Chile-California Council and thank the initiative for doing this visit. I hope to making for the possible fires during the summer. From Google, I would like to address differently, which is to do with access to information. For example, the mission of Google, not many of you know, is to organize information and make it accessible for everybody. And why is that impossible when we're talking about an emergency season or fire season? Because users look for information through Google or through Google Maps. So what we do is, as a collaboration, going beyond what Brian was saying in Earth Fire Alliance, is that collaboration, more technical collaboration in terms of control, is there. But we also, what we do is make information available that we have through satellite, through infrared data, to create maps in order to say where the fire edges, where's the immediate edge, and where's the fire going to go, given the data that we have on previous fires or events that are happening at the moment. That makes it accessible, not to the accessible, but also it makes it accessible for people, for private parties who are suffering, who are undergoing an emergency. And we can see in real time with that updating every 15-20 minutes as to where that information is going to. Something which in previous year we've always had information as to the behaviors of a fire, but people don't have access to that information. Today, through Google Maps, you can look for that. By preparing these ideas for this conversation, I saw that the fires in the northern part of Argentina, in Brazil, in the US, in Greece, and that is updating in real time for all the people in the world. So that's a very important progress, particularly when we're thinking that the information is a very relevant data, particularly in emergency situations where people tend to look in Google answers to these, and we articulate official government information from Interior Ministry, Senapred, CONAF, so that users access that information, particularly in moments when the information is very delicate, very fresh, and we're not a source of information, we're a channel of information. So what we do is to link directly with authorities. This type of management is, or in given emergencies, is make information available so that it be useful and accessible for citizens and for people and for authorities to make better decisions. Thank you. Victor. Resilience, CIPRED management. Tell us what CIPRED does. We've talked about resilience previously. Is it the same resilience that we need to cultivate or to work in Chile as the one we've been talking about with California? Well, hello everybody. eTrend is a public technological institute mandated by the Interior Ministry and Senapred for the installation of capacities for the National Risk Management System, Senapred. As such, we participate with all the players of Senapred. We have several projects with them. In Senapred particular, in the last few years, we've been developing the information system for risk management systems, which requires the creation. So the same law that creates Senapred asks for the creation of this system, information management system. So with Senapred, we've been working in and interviewing all the players in the technical systems, monitoring system, in this ecosystem, to understand what are the main information needs that the different players have for all the risk cycle. Given the question, what is the main urgency that we can see from a technological point of view when observing and analyzing these systems, mainly this interoperability. I think that is the main challenge that we have today, the greatest development system that we have, and over more than 80 systems which interact in Senapred, which don't communicate one with the other. We need that these communicate in agile way, interoperability through mechanisms, automated mechanisms, and given the times that the issue to decrease the time between data and decisions, to decrease that time from go to the data to the decision. There's a lot of people in the loop who have change one information to the other, having errors. So also we have it prolongs the response time. So those are the main challenges that we have from a technological point of view, and to make those systems and make them talk to each other. Another challenge that we have, which is also important, is the coherence. And also is the coherence as to how we develop capacities of the country. Chile, as Jorge mentioned, we have many capacities. We have the capacity to operate with the need agency to develop research projects that come from the universities, and well, there is a lot of capacity, lots of innovation, but oftentimes you ask if that is that being developed with learning the needs of the people, the needs of the institutions, the needs of the system particularly. Unfortunately, the answer is no. We have no coherence as to how all these technologies operate. So all that's very relevant for the capacities that we have here and the few resources that we can invest in the developing of those technologies that can contribute effectively to the resilience of community, the resilience of the system, and the resilience of the country. We have 15 minutes left. And we would like, in particular, to be able to ask Nathan, because we're talking about fires, technology, but in general we have cultural aspects. We can have very good technology, but if we don't know how to use them, if we don't have the capacity to react quickly given these, or if we don't fall on group thinking or habitual routines such that we forget how to or how it is important to activate this and that technology up at that moment or not. Added to that, all the institutional barriers that sometimes, at least in countries like Chile, we have when dealing with this, given the formation of our public sector, how uptake technology in order to make them into laws. How does California do this in order to deal with these urgencies and be able to bring to the table companies, private companies, with transparency, in quickly and approaching this or navigating these institutional barriers? That's a problem. I imagine it's difficult to solve this problem. Yes.
It is, but I think building on what Chris Anthony said too, is that was the idea of Fireworks too, is bringing and building those relationships. We all know what the problem of wildfire is. We know how to mitigate it, but it's really what we don't know, and it's the research with our technology companies, but it's also bringing philanthropy. It's bringing public and private entities together. It's bringing academia together and coming up with and identifying those solutions to make that problem statement that we all know. Well, now that we have a problem statement, we can solve it with all of the partners up here, all the partners out there, and all of them online. That's the thought process. And I know we talked about earlier, what would the number one technology be and what's the number one issue? Again, we have to find those problem statements and the facts of the problem. For California, we're very lucky to have Google and all of our tech partners in the Silicon Valley. But again, much like those tech companies, we're all working around the globe on issues like this and bringing all of that data together to find that solution, to identify that problem. I think the biggest thing is to keep the mindset too in that space that we can't, again, I say it over and over and over, is we can't solve it alone. And the minute that we become stovepiped or in our bubble is the minute that we stop collaborating and we stop identifying that problem. So that's very important to get outside of our bubbles, if you will.
Ya, pero yo quiero hacer un doble.
I want to go further into this because we know that we have to collaborate amongst us. We have incorporated that. But what is the route, the strategy that you use or the system that you use to add all these companies together? How is do you do that? Do you make a public tender for the problem? Do you have meetings in the practice? How is it done, you in California, so as to bring these people together into the same room in a more transparent way, such that everyone participates? Because that could be a problem, right?
Yeah, very much so. And we're still working through that process, to be quite honest with you. We have a lot of collaborators that we meet with regularly. And again, it's building that fireworks program to help defragment that space. And vice versa. It's amazing for them to be able to come to us, to come to Chile, to come to our partners in Australia and Portugal. We're all having the same conversation, just at a different time. So identifying is again, that Chris had on his slides, is defragmenting that space, because some of these tech companies want to hear what the problem is first, so they can answer that solution, if you will, instead of trying to find out what that technology could be without meeting the firefighters on the ground, without meeting and collaborating with us. So we're still figuring that out. Again, we're very lucky to collaborate with all of them, but it's really bringing them into these conversations is our goal, again, to find that problem statement.
Muchas gracias.
Dando la solución. In innovation, Conaf, same question. How much do we need to work with people in order to implement innovation projects? How are we doing this? Going beyond the use of the actual technology. Well, it's complex, the system. And how to make linkages, make connections, takes a long time. We've not realized that we participated now in 2 European tours. The means is the same. They articulate the issues, but there's a way of linking each other. Now, how to address this with the people themselves is not just because you know someone in institution, you relate to them, you're going to get something done. It has to be the institutions have to be above that and work in pro of that. Not because I know someone from the university, can we do the project, because we have a good relationship and we've done things. We have to go beyond that. And the other is to make a consortium at the university level and to make a research, not that we have a project focused on the same solution. With how do you do that? And then you won't get anywhere. You have put in some papers and things die there. But it's very important what you say. We have to work and articulate in a way which is different. Victor mentioned it, and Jael, Victor, that the fact that they're here carrying out project has already been an important point, because they realized that something that we presumed we're not going too well, and they realized that it is like that. So how do we improve that? And how do we work with that, the academy? There is no problem working with academy. On the contrary, we must work with it. The thing is, we ourselves, with institutions, we've learned that we have to get our hands dirty, and we've done some things when we work to train, work with fires, to be in fires, to do and to burn things, and it's the only way to see how the technology or the tools that are here have some sense. But then again, I'm getting involved. That's how I'm getting involved. For Andrew and Brian, we're talking about drones, we're talking about satellites, and here in Chile we're preparing ourselves, educating ourselves in order to eventually work in that type of industry. What do you think are the capacities, the trainings, or the type of professionals that we must prepare in Chile in order to be apt, in order to use these types of technologies?
That's a great question. It's something we think about a lot, not just for Chile, but across the planet. So again, we have a global system, and not only do we have to prepare each community to be ready to use the data, interestingly enough, we need to learn from the communities how they're using the data at the same time. So at Earth Fire Alliance, the most important part of our title is Alliance. So a significant, in fact, my staff does not build satellites. We have a great partner named Muon Space that is building the satellites. My staff at Earth Fire Alliance, we focus on early adoption and use of the data. So we, in particular at this time now with our protoflight, we are collecting data, and with our early adopters, we are working directly with all different geographies to provide the data, sit down next to each geography and see how you would use the data, find out so we can learn from you, is the data appropriate, is it usable, how do you use it, and so that each agency can do what you just said, which is how would the agency adopt the data and what kind of training you need. One of the key things for satellite data, being a satellite person, is there are parts of the community that will look at a pixel, a digital pixel, and play with it and make a map and do science on it. The fire science, fire ecology community will do that. The firefighter community just needs to know where the fire is. So we need to build, we are building a sequence of products, some of which are directly related to just the firefighters. So you know where the fire is, it goes into Google Maps, and it meets you where you operate. We don't give you a new piece of software, we don't make you log into a new system. It goes into Google Maps, it goes into things you already use. And if you're a science person, in the science community, we want to give you the raw data so you can do your own insights from it. So it matches, so there are some communities that there should be very little training. Here is the fire, it's just like a phone call. Other communities will need training, and so we're working through that with each community. So I can't say one size fits all, but the most important lesson we have learned is bringing data to a community, you have to bring it to them, to the community, in a form the community is ready to use it. You cannot deliver a new piece of software and tell them, now log into this and use it, because in the heat of a moment, you're not going to do it. So you have to meet the community where they are when they're fighting a fire.
Muchas gracias. Andrew, same thing.
Yeah, for us.
Cristobal, the same for you as well. So start preparing.
As we build the technology we're building, we think first about our customers, firefighters. They're incredibly busy, stressed, task-saturated operators, and thinking about a fleet of drones which need to be coordinated to go identify and attack a fire. Somehow you need to make the operation of that very easy for the boots on the ground. And so we simplify. In terms of building our company, the US does not have a robust drone manufacturing industry, perhaps surprisingly, perhaps not. Largely that's been driven by regulation, which has since been changing, but most drones come from China and still do. And a lot of them are multi-purpose, general purpose tools that aren't specifically made for the fire service. And so we've had to start from scratch. So the folks, in thinking about training people to start companies such as ours, we've had to sort of reinvent the wheel in a lot of cases. We need electrical engineers and computer vision software engineers and hardware designers. And we have one guy who used to fabricate America's Cup racing yachts in the carbon fiber hulls, who's currently taking that skill set and applying it to our drones, which need to be lightweight because they fly. And so there's a lot of new development. And what's been heartening is that globally, among the engineering community, there's actually a lot of open source software for autonomous drones, which has been exciting to see. So we hope to kind of play our small part in building that community up over time.
Okay, Cristóbal,
Yes. Cristóbal, please, briefly. I also want to state the collaboration that you had from the point of view how to organize this, yes? I think it's important in Chile. There's several people interested here. There's CONAF, there's the firefighters, but also civil society. The challenge Levantemos Chile, which are going to fight fires over the March. They have these firefighters and the forest companies, main people affected by the situation, technology companies. So in such a way, it's very important that it's the central government, the authority, that gets people together and get here. We have in California called Fire, and also be able to get these tools and make them available, and also not just in California, but also that is done in Chile. And that is why I have a tremendous welcoming for these people working this. Regarding data, It's important to use technology not only for the prevention of fires, but also to use it in alert systems, in the sense that we in Google, we collaborate in everything to do with mapping of the fire. We give it to the authorities, but also we have the capacity to generate alerts to each of the people in their mobiles, to Android operation systems. We can have this alert system, and we have to be transparent ethic-wise, in order to not generate commercial alerts or anything like that. We've never done it, but to use that information to be able to make that available, so to say there's imminent risk, evacuate, and to use that data not to look at people but to look at traffic patterns in aggregated ways, such that to make them available to everybody involved. Thank you, Victor. Thinking of resilience and data, one of the challenges that we have is given the expansion of the cities that we had in edges and borders, where there's much more possibilities, where we have fire risks and forest fire, and this cultural shock as to how they manage this. How have you seen the resilience? How have you been working this resilience in these edges of urban edges and forest areas? Well, it's an important problem because it's not just populations that are not planned for. We've had different conversations with different players in that regard, and we've been in conversation with some companies that have offered their services because there's innovations in regards to the analysis of satellite data to see the evolution of cities, and it is one of the types of innovations that allow us to determine what sectors of population are growing, where there's illegal human settlements, where there's precarious human settlements ought to be incorporated into these new urban plans. That is part of the research that has been done. And here I complement the questions of the colleagues. In Chile we have the strategy which is strategy created during the second government of President Bachelet, which is strategy to make progress in resilience in Chile, articulating capacities of academia. Our strategy establishes a set of steps and which is mandated to articulate. So it's an important part of our mission. That is why we have an academic council of civil society where we work with different players of SENAPRED, or SINAPRED and SENAPRED, mapping the situations of the problem and the capacity of different styles of companies in universities, research centers for the resolution of these types of problems. Thank you. I want to thank all the panelists for this very interesting conversation. Thank you. You'll be here for one more week in order to continue working with these issues. To thank the School of Engineering and for all the people who have been involved in this initiative. CORMA, the Chile-California Conference, UC Davis, CAL FIRE, and CONAF, SENAPRED, and all the Interior Ministry. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Victoria, por la moderación.
Thank you, Victoria, for the moderation. Thank you for all the panel presenters. Hope you have a good stay. This work with Chile and California has provides very good fruits, selective solutions in order to have better fighting fires. Stay with the reflection of this mission continues. They will continue to conception to go to Video, where the beginning is going to be most affected regions for fires, given the summer season starts. On 30 June, there's a new conference in the University of Concepcion to address all the issues that are affecting Macrozona Sur. So they say everything starts with a spark, which today doesn't generate flames, but generates awareness, willpower, such that cooperation has fruits, and that none of us start with even climate change. If we have to, it's our fault. So every type of fire is just our fault, even negligence or of actions of everything that we have generated. Conscience and communication actions is tremendously important to generate this awareness. That's how we finish this conference of 2025 of preventions of management for the new technologies of fire. Thank you very much. Remember to visit YouTube. This is going to be hosted in the internet such that you can revisit, look at the ideas once again, and the panel and the previous panels and all the experts, for which we're very thankful on being here. So once again, thank you very much. And on the Chile-California Council, have a tremendous afternoon. Thank you.